Load! Load, 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 load. What is going on here? Okay, let's check the basement. Let everything load in nicely. Let's try to get some better frames here. Yeah. Jerk. Joik. Alright, welcome to another Scrap Mechanic Solo Survival. Welcome. Anyway, uh, just came back from a nice little vacation. You leave that alone. We're gonna have to go and do a little bit of cleaning up here. And hopefully stuff will load in a little bit nicer. And I am getting a really terrible frame rate today. And I don't think that's just me. Oh yeah. Getting a pretty terrible stream right now too. Well, just wait till that settles out. My computer is not warmed up today. I think today we'll finally finish this building. And everything else that we do in between there will just be little things. Mostly probably the exterior building will be done. And hopefully we'll get a roof on this bad boy. Still debating whether or not I should put a concrete roof on it. Or if I should put something else in there. I don't like you. I don't like you either. Bye. I think this gargoyle's like doing all the oh. Question. Should go up there and check to see if there's anything up there of value to look at. Okay, that's elevated. The funny thing is I can never pinpoint what the exact source of the problem is. What is lagging my game? Is there like a something I'm not aware of? Or did my CPU underclock again? That's a possibility. Okay, I think this the bot that spawns here actually got killed underneath there. That's interesting. That's new. Okay. I honestly would love to pinpoint what the actual problem is. Let's just check my settings. I think I'll make another chest too, just to dump some materials in. The endless amount of materials that I have to dump. Oh yeah, don't even have any glue. Of course. Let's see if we can unload some of the stuff here. Still waiting for that announcement for our new dev blog. I was hoping they would just release it sometime this week, but I just like, we're going to release it exactly a week from the last time we were teasing it, which I think is kind of ridiculous. I hate teasers. Just get it over with. The anticipation is killing me. Guess good things happen to people who wait. Okay. Okay, my frame rate's a little bit better. Yeah, maybe my my CPU isn't warmed up enough. Possibility. Let's take out that red guy so I can get to the roof. And I want to kind of go get some glue because I want to make more chests. Tired of dumping stuff all over the place. Topbot heads need to be destroyed. But I do have a plan for them, so that's good. Okay, so, alright. Do have enough inventory space. Okay, got my that. Okay, let's unload. See if there's any room for this. Yeah, because the next thing I would like to do is do the interior of this place. Actually, I think we could probably dump all this stuff. When I'm going to go and build that last gargoyle or whatever, alleviated some inventory spots. Though, however, we're gonna need more room. I kind of want to build more storage on the other side. I think like a rope. They went ring around Rosie with this guy. Oops. Actually did some damage to me this time. More of those. Warehouse keys. These warehouse keys are just turning into something for show now. Where did you come from, sir? Thank you. Alright, let's go up. Oh. Well, that was dumb. Oh, I'm like far away. I am far away. I didn't realize how far away I was. Yeah, let's keep all that stuff with us. That's why you leave a burger here. I'm getting spectacular frame rate here. Let's go get my stuff. Let's go get my stuff because I don't know how to parkour properly. Shiny up there. Shiny down here. I got a little inspired by watching McFluffy today too. Yeah. Keep rolling down the hill. That's what you get for beating up a cow. You pay the price. And frame rate. Hey, leave him alone. Leave him alone. So I got away a little bit today, which is kind of nice. Collect some of these while we're at it too. Make sure that we don't make this trip a complete loss. Wish I could farm these things. So what? Hey. Nobody asked you to. I feel like the penalties are so nil for these things. For dying in this game. I wonder if anybody's actually bought this game and had no idea how to play it. And they just threw it in their game library, never to be played again. Acquiring. We still got a good amount of flowers doing this. I'm getting way too good frame rate. I might as well just go back to getting crappy frame rate. Here, that's what I'm used to. That's what I want. I'm gonna think of it. I don't think I've ever put a bed here. Don't think I've ever put a bed here. Probably should. Just so I can actually not spawn back over there, I guess. Ah, that's much better. Oh, trying to keep everything at least somewhat together. Go get my free gold chests for the day. Not 100% sure whether or not that spawns regularly though. Alright, don't fall again. Don't make the same mistake twice. Ah, yes. Every time I come here, I always get at least one of those. I don't need that. Take this, don't need that. So the amount of seats I had to make to get up here. Ah, brilliant. Wonder if they'll ever fix that. Feels like that's like kind of OP, don't you think? Utes. Let's see how much more we can get on this. Yeah, I was always thinking about underneath here, and I don't think building a turret is like the answer for it. Could probably just build a couple of saw blades and just keep them away from that area, I guess. I'm thinking kind of concrete up here. That's what I'm thinking. We're gonna need more rocks again. Not like a high tier concrete either, just a regular concrete. Oddly enough, we're gonna have to grind for more rocks. One thing I used to have too much of. And now I don't need them at all. Now I need more. I'm out. I also want to kind of put skylights in here so we still get like natural light in here. I kind of want to redo these stairs too. I have an idea for them. We all can see the fingerprints on the window. Can you see the fingerprints I leave on my screen? For the amount of times you ever get that problem where you sneeze into your monitor, I have that problem. I must clean my monitor at least once every day. Okay, so we don't need the wood thing today, unfortunately. We need to go grind some rocks. We need rocks today. Fun things I thought I'd never hear myself say again. I ran out of rocks for this game. Keep that in there, I guess. How you doing there, Red Eye? It's got the Ronas. It's running rampant in my province right now. It's been a little bit crazy. We're pretty much on lockdown again. Just like, whatever. Hopefully all the people who are not vaccinated will get it. Yeah, I'm still employed. That's always good. I know it's not nice for everyone else. We usually call it me. I think the longest I've ever been unemployed was probably about 3 months in my entire life. So yeah, where I'm from, we always work is not a problem really. Hey, I grind you. Thank you. Did not pick up that piece. It's weird. Yeah, it's because like nobody has any money. That's why. I also went shopping today, doing some groceries. There were still bare shelves on there. Yeah, that's not always a good sign when you don't have the things in there. Yeah, take it. Thank you. Also, I think it's when it comes down to employment, it's about what you're willing to do for employment. I think the thing is when it comes down to employment, there's a lot of people out there are doing jobs that they would probably never thought they would do, especially like engineers and stuff like that. This thing does not like hills. Yeah, that's yeah. Where I'm from, definitely we haven't really heard know what like really what bad times are yet. Even when we had that huge recession, it wasn't even that bad. Like we just have no freaking clue what a recession is. Totally clueless. Definitely some of the guys I work with, they're definitely working more than one job, that's for sure. I don't want to grind this rock. That one looks like a pain in the butt to grind up. Guess I'll be picky. It's not that bad, actually. I'm still waiting for that update. Speaking of Thursday, I need to post my weekly rant. If you haven't pitched in for that one, I really need some more support on that Discord. I really want to have a lot of people complaining on that on Thursday. I think that one would be a little bit more fun, but I also have to make sure that I am also participating in that. Come on, get back there. Yeah. Yeah, I was watching McFluffy this morning. I love how he did his stairs. His mobile base is crazy. That guy's like got that game figured out to a T. He should have more followers than he should. That guy is crazy nuts. What is going on here? Yeah. That's why. Alright. I loved how he did his stairs too. I've been kind of like constantly checking Twitter for the announcement of the new update because I don't know, I'm getting impatient. I just wanted to. You haven't seen what the new the new update hasn't come out yet, right? Yeah, he seemed like I don't think he did a long one today, but I've never seen his mobile base before. And my attention span for watching other Twitch streamers are pretty low. Like, now I'm pretty sure they'll have something by October. Guarantee you. They'll have at least, like, it won't be, like, yeah, the update won't be done officially until, like, next year, but I think the test branches will be definitely be coming out very soon. I've never played that game. I think I'm gonna hold off on buying games for a bit. I just really, really want that new CPU. Because my Borderlands stream last night was just garbage. They got a big development team, you figure? Alright. I can't even see where I'm doing. Trees in my way. Yeah, scrap mechanic 12. Astronomer, probably a lot. Probably don't have a lot of funds. I don't know how much of this game sold already, right? And are they continuing to sell more? Yeah, because if those guys are sitting on like millions of dollars, they need to hire some more dudes. Unless they want to be greedy, I guess. I haven't got this one yet. Yeah. Ah, they got PS4 money. Yeah, no, if they fixed the lag issue, they could probably get PS4 money. Whoa, 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 whoa. I should have been looking a little bit. Alright, don't break my stuff. Come on. Where is... Oh. This is not going to be good. This is not good. I'm in trouble. This is trouble. Okay, look at that. That's all I need. Alright, at least I got the spuds out of the way. Alright. We'll just keep dying over and over again. Cool. Uh-oh. GG. Let's just dwindle this guy down a bit. And lure him away. Okay, lured him away at least. Don't think I have any more spuds on me. Nope, you come this way. I was watching another streamer yesterday had the same problem. Wasn't looking. He looked like he didn't know what he was just started playing this game. Everybody's got to start somewhere. I wouldn't recommend starting playing this game on a stream, though. Alright. Oh yeah, no, he's still following me. Lose him in the woods, I guess. We'll give him the jukes. Yeah, come in here. Come on, right here. Right here, come on. Alright, you stay in there. That was very painful. See if this guy did any damage to my truck. And I think the thing that we're going to do today is fix my truck. I don't think he did. I don't think he did any damage to this thing. Look, it's still doing the work for me. Even when I'm not here. Yep, no damage to my truck. We're all good. I got lucky with that. That guy probably would have got annihilated if I would have had my thing up. If it was like this, he would have got killed. So that guy attacked me and I didn't even know he was there. I guess that was my own stupidity. But I didn't make that same mistake that guy made yesterday. Like, he didn't even have a bed nearby, so he kept on respawning at the... back at the mechanic station. Maybe he was just having an off day. I don't know. Seemed like a nice enough guy, though. You all have to start somewhere. Yeah, and I'm the same way. I'm just like... I am so willing to help anyone play this game. Like, anybody asks how to play this game, I'm all for it, because the more people who know how to play this game, the more interest that there is. And I need, like I said, I think there needs to be more interest for this game. It's a hidden gem. Gotta make sure that there's no more red dudes around. Now, is that just, like, the game's fault, or is that just their fault? Because let's face it, building a flyer in this game absolutely sucks. But, like, you have to make it, like, easy enough for people to understand it, but at the same time, have enough stuff in here to make even the most complex contraptions, too, right? For the life of me, I still find it very difficult for me to, like, really do more complicated logic stuff. Yeah, you have to, like, show them. It's just like, no, the game is about, like, you trying to make this game easier for you, right? It starts off really hard, right? It's like the steep learning curve of starting up this game, right? But as soon as you get all that stuff, it's like when you start using the vacuums and the water pumps and everything. That's when it's like when you could build something that even just auto waters your stuff, right? By pressing a button, I think that's when this game starts getting interesting. You'd be like, oh, okay, right. Well, like I said, this game is not exactly super intuitive yet. I think it will. Like I said, chapter 2, right? It's gonna have that intuitiveness eventually. And this game is still like early access, right? So they're working out the bugs. It just seems like a long development cycle for this game just to be in early access. Like, what is the longest game to be in, like, early access? and then to full release. I think it was, what was that game called? It was like, trying to figure out what that game was called. I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of them that just had really long development cycles. Long development cycles. I think that's kind of where everyone's going now, though. After like hearing about like other like big name developers going through their crunch period or whatever. Yeah, I don't think people are going to allow that anymore. I definitely wouldn't want to work in a place where you have to work those ridiculous hours. 100 hours. Oh, forget it. There's limits, right? I think the water thing is kind of ridiculous. Like, there's water, like, literally everywhere. I feel like you should just be able to drink out of the, the water from the ground. Like you do in Fallout, right? Where you could just, like, drink any water source, but there's, like, a penalty for it or something. Like, drinking from toilets is not as good as drinking from, like, a fountain. Yeah, I think that's kind of, like, ridiculous. I think that needs to definitely change. I think you should just get water from wherever there's a water source. Or it would be actually, you know, like, really neat that you can build a fountain or something, and you can get water from there, right? Like we could build. Drink from the toilet. You could do almost anything in My Summer Car, from the looks of it. I did check that game out. That one looks really interesting. But like I said, I'm probably not going to buy any more games until I get a new CPU. I've decided officially that I'm not going to do anything less than an i7 this time. Or a Ryzen 7. I'm thinking Ryzen 7, just because they're cheaper. I'm not picky on that. Though I would have to probably, because like I got my cooler is like a Dark Rock 3. So, and it does not support AM4, unfortunately. Let's get out of here, because I am going to starve to death. Yeah, and we could build sinks in this game too, so why not, right? Why did I go this way? So why not? That would just be just if you could build something already, like you don't have to have it where you have to. Well, maybe you should have it hooked up to a drinking, like to a vacuum or something like that. Yeah, and that's what I got right now. I'm happy with the Intel. Like, I probably, if I do get a new CPU, it's not going to be. I have to go and get a new socket for it. But I'm also not opposed to getting other brands either. You can go and do the nitpicking of the little details, but honestly, when it comes down to price. It really boils down for me. It's price, right? And the numbers between the two of them are so marginal too, right? Oh my goodness. Home sweet lag. All right. Let's use this up, I guess. Oh, you probably will be in my way. I hate you toad botheads so bad. So much. Alright. Like be gone. You. Yeah, I'd also do that Intel setup. That's what I got now. Okay, let's see here. Let's unload this. I think I'm gonna have to make actual large chests when I still got all this space here. I love talking computers. I love talking about other people's what they got, what they're running. Alright. Let's not do something stupid and not have ammo on us this time. Don't think that's even enough. No, I could have sworn I had a whole bunch of ammo at one point. No idea where it all went. Could be in that box there. Where is it? Yeah, I took those ones off. This one's got the view. Yeah, I think we'll probably have to do... Yeah, we're out to do a spud run. Make some spuds. Or they could be still in here. Just a possibility. Yeah. So I thought I did a whole bunch of these. I just never took them out. I kind of just do. I just want a better stream, in all honesty. That's my biggest reason. Every time I see like yesterday was probably the bigger one. It's like, oh geez, there's so much lag. It was not funny. It was not fun at all either. It just made my game difficult to play. And I kind of really need, and this is like just kind of like a hobby right now, but also if you're gonna do a hobby, you might as well have good equipment, right? See, at least you got a like an i7, right? And the 7700K, that was, I believe, at least a 6 core, right? Or am I wrong? Or is that one an 8 core? Or yeah, 8 core. That's what I figured. And that's what my problem is. Like, I'm still running old quad core. Like, I've went through how many computers? It's like this is my third computer that I have had like a quad core. Yeah, but still, if you're gonna like stream something, you could use those other ones just to. Yeah, that 7700K was kind of a weird one, wasn't it? Was the weird, the weird core one, where it wasn't actually an 8 core. Very strange. And we've had 8 cores for a while. Like AMD did their really terrible FX line or whatever it was. That if you really wanted to, like, you know, waste napalm in your area. Yeah, I just need something like I'm running dual screens too. So that's the other thing. I honestly don't care about 4K or anything like that. But running the two screens just like absolutely annihilates my CPU usage. Of course, one of the other screen I actually am using is actually a drawing tablet as well, so it doesn't necessarily make it any better. You know, I could probably do though, right? Is like make the second screen and just downgrade the go to like a 720p instead of using the 1080. That would probably make it a little bit better. I don't know why I didn't do that. I'm just kind of like thinking about this now. Yeah, definitely not gonna get that one. I just hate getting those rocks around that on those hills. Guess I could probably borrow my wife's laptop, but that's her laptop, so kind of don't want to do that either. Don't want to steal my wife's laptop. Okay, look at these ones. These ones look okay. Oh, shit, got gas too. Crap. Yeah, I got tons of gas. I have a craft bot strictly dedicated to gas production. Mind you, I haven't built anything big enough to really garner having to create so much gas, but right. Ah, come on. Maybe the hill will do all the work for me. Gas is not an issue. I was watching McFluffy's stream, and he did something really interesting with it. Like, he was using controllers for moving his base around. Yeah, not on me. I think it was just those 8. You can get more. That's fine. Got to go all the way with your... This is not working out trying to get up on this hill. Guess we'll do the cheaty way. Pick it up. Just drop it right on top. Gotta do what I gotta do. Alright. Everything's so hilly here. I'll leave this my drills on just in case another red guy comes over and ruins my day. I should have suspected that there was a red guy in there. Yeah, I probably should. The funny thing is that there's not very many flat areas here, which is weird. Maybe if I go right back to the beginning. Because honestly, I didn't mind anything over there. And it'll just load up on gas and just head over there. Get some easy... Oops. Don't hurt me. Go raid some... There we go. Actually, I think that might have been overkill. To be honest. Alright. Throw some gas in there. Yeah, we'll go over to spawn or whatever and just grab a whole bunch over that away. It's very it's been a very long time since I've been over there too. Yeah, I keep my eye on Twitter for a bit. Just want to see what's going on. Maybe we could also spot out to see where would be a good place to go mining. Oink. What's up, Mendel? Hello, hello again. What you questioning? Ah, you turd. No. Leave my tires alone. Leave my tires alone. Let's go! No, developer blog from Scrap Mechanic. My impatientness. They probably won't do it till tomorrow. Right when I'm going to bed. And then my vacation's over. Yep. Exactly. Maybe they might actually tell us actually what they're working on. Vanilla for life. They might just give in one day and just hire Fant. It's like, fine, I'll just use whatever you just gave us. It's fine. Ah, jeez. Vanilla's for life. No chocolate for us. Yeah, but also, didn't they have like a crap load of like DLC as well? I couldn't even get into that game, honestly. And I used to really love Sin City. I just couldn't get into City Skyline. Like I said, they should just hire Fant and just get it over with. Just live with it and accept that you don't know how to do certain things, maybe. I honestly have never even put in a Fant, but I've seen people play it. Definitely, for sure. This one looks like a good one to get. Hey. No. I've been almost been tempted a few times to put mods on this, but I'm like, nah. I'm still learning the game, right? Like I said, I think the only game I've ever modded was Doom, the original one. Playing Brutal Doom. I wanted to make an old game seem really fun. I think I would have to severely have nothing left to do in the end to go modded. Or if they just straight up stop like doing development on this game or whatever, then I would go mod for sure. Because you know the community could always fix everything for you, right? And we got at least one good guy that knows what he's doing with this. It's just never know what's gonna happen, right? Alright. I gotta make sure I don't lag the game out this time. Trying to do my mining. Alright, I think that'll be enough. Yeah, I'll take an awful lot to like... Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. It happens sometimes. It's like the second time today. Yeah, but also those guys are using resources probably that are not really that easy for the developers to get their hands on, or cheaply or whatever, or legally. Gotta do it. Gotta get that 4 frames a second there, Mandel. Alright, let's get this out of here. Well, I think some of the best games is the ones that you can like break. Like, have you ever seen a channel on YouTube called The Spliffing Brit, where he just like absolutely shows you how broken a game is? I don't like watching that guy. I think you can find any game and severely break it if you want to. Especially when you're watching any kind of like speedrunner. I always find it interesting. Like, I would never watch the entire thing, but watching somebody speedrun Final Fantasy VII. Because I remember playing that game for the first time, and it took me like 27 hours of just like absolute grinding. Of course, I didn't have a strategy guide at that point either. Watching those guys speedrun that game, I'm like, you guys are mad. Once again, we're vanilla boys. Good old vanilla. And even still, like once you do start messing around with that, it's never always 100% perfect either. Let's go. Like Thursday, right? Never crossed the streams. Kind of wondering how good that Ghostbusters movie is going to be, or if they're going to do the same mistake they did last time. That got filmed pretty close to where I live. Probably about a half an hour drive. Yeah, like I think I wouldn't be opposed to putting a mod in there to like fix the lag, but like all the other little things in here, I don't think. But once again, I think that should be something that developers should be thinking about all the time anyway. Can't just expect the community to fix things for you either. Unless your company goes under. Red Eye probably already read the post I put in the Discord or whatever, but I've been having a thought about how Sweden just likes to make things and then you have to end up building it yourself. Like they're the inventors of like IKEA and Minecraft, Lego. It's like, oh, we got something for you. You build it yourself. I always have that thought. The Swedes are the only ones who can get away with doing that. I definitely have some Swede blood in me, too. Especially when your last name ends in Strum. You got so much different races in me, it's not funny. Oh, City Skylines is in Sweden as well. Gotta add that one to the list, too. I'm pretty sure. I was like thinking also kind of in my head if they were the people who invented those choose your own adventure books, I would not be surprised if those were originated in Sweden. I have a feeling it is. I think all the best games is where you have to like build your own stuff. Doesn't exactly. That's why I'm kind of like hesitant on the missions that they might implement in this game. But for newcomers, I think that would be a good thing. At least give them a. Some people just need an objective, right? But guys like us who've been playing this game for a long time, we don't need objectives. We already know what we kind of need to do. But I think this might be a very smart idea to make sure for new players that they can kind of get an idea of what they need to do. Also, I think this game's kind of like for the creative mind as well, a little bit. At least they're playing their game, and then like I wonder how many people ask them, and it's just like, are you going to fix this and this? Oh, you can only imagine if the developers were doing that too for this game. You know how many trolls there would be on there just to like complain about the lag like constantly? Yeah, I don't think it would work for this game. I think there would just be too much spamming about and complaints about the lag. Oh, I can only imagine. That would not be good for them. And if you know, like, kind of like the people who are like engineers and stuff like that, or I don't think they're people either. You need somebody who has good PR to do that kind of stuff. Yeah, like I said, I have the game in my, but I just couldn't really get into it. Yeah, and it's the same with like, what is that? Another game. It's like Civilization is like that. It's like you need like a really good processor to play that game, so you could like zoom out and see everything and have ultra wide and stuff. Let's collect all this stuff. Another one I really was hoping I could get into was what was that game called? It was Roller Coaster, one of the Roller Coaster Planet. That's it. That's another one I would really like to get into, but haven't really got into like really hunkering down and sitting and playing that game. But I did like Roller Coaster Tycoon a lot. So I think I like the Roller Coaster Tycoon, like the original one. I really got into, because I think it was just simplistic enough for me to like kind of get in there. Yeah, and you were probably the same with me. It's like there's like so much you can do with it. But yeah, like it's not super intuitive either. It's not like Roller Coaster Tycoon where you're kind of building on a grid. And I felt that was like a little bit easier to work with. And I'm just like more or less talking about the original Roller Coaster Tycoon and Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Not the third one or World, because those ones were terrible. Once again, that was like built like built by one guy. Yeah, if you were ever gonna play a Roller Coaster Tycoon game, I would only recommend Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Yeah, I'm hoping that would. I was thinking of building a bunch of like miniature robots, like kind of like the wind up toy robot. I think that would be really doable and easy. And you could do it with controllers. But I kind of want to get one project done at a time. I think I might make an army of like Tinker Toy robots. Hopefully that doesn't create a lot of lag either. Talking about whatever's on your Steam library. Just some games I just like really play the crap out of. And there's some games I'll play it for like maybe about 3 hours and just can't get into it. And I think that was like Planet Coaster and stuff like that. I don't know. I just couldn't sit down on it. However, you talk about Resident Evil 4. There's a game I played the crap out of. On the original GameCube. Like, I must have sunk like at least... God, I must have sunk like 80 hours into that game. Someone's texting me. Hold on here a second. Oh, the wife is telling me I got work to do. She knows I don't do it right away. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I have no idea why I got really into Resident Evil 4. And Resident Evil 2 was another one like that too. Yep. I think the majority of that lag is from this rock here. I have a feeling I should probably dismantle that rock. Come on. Yeah, it's probably this giant pile right here. Tis is the chip off the old block. And I'm stuck under a bunch of rocks. Okay. I've been working on the railroad. Sitting here breaking rocks. The old-fashioned way. Breaking rocks the old-fashioned like a chump. I could probably raise this. Actually, it probably wouldn't work anyway. Just have like a crap load of grinders underneath, so whatever goes underneath there, it would just eliminate them. I'm already getting terrible lag already. I'll need to put like 16 bearings under my car. Make it worse. One day. I was hoping that was a notification for Scrap McNabb, but no. I had to get chores for my wife. I think sometimes she likes my childish behavior, but at the same time, I don't think she does. But where's the fun in that? I like making things more difficult than they need to be. Life is not that interesting when you just do things the easy way all the time. It's like having a raidless farm. Where's the fun in that? You have to have raids on your farm. And I think that's why I dismantled all the traps at my base too, because I just like, you know, if I could make it like basically just let my base do all the work for me, where's the fun in that? What's the point? Ah, that's actually a good idea. I could put a piston on there. That's not actually a bad idea. I also should put a roll cage on this. Because I put like no design really. No style in this machine either. It's just a working machine, that's all it is. It's not like my car. It's all style. Not much substance to it. Except for the double wishbone suspension in it. Hey, how's it going, Caleb? Are you doing fine? We have a new viewer. I don't think your name has ever popped up before. Good to see new viewers checking it out the stream and chatting them out. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Mendel and Red Eye are good people, so you can ask them questions too. They're very knowledgeable. Yeah, unfortunately, this is a solo game. I get many people asking me to join. You're not the first, and you're not going to be the last person either. And if I were going to have more people on this game, it probably lag my computer out. It's already pretty bad as it is, just with me in it. Yeah, how many people have I had? Yep, lag Thursday stream. Oh, don't forget to join my Discord about like the support Thursday scrap mechanics support group. Anybody's willing to post on the Thursday, we get to talk about what annoys us the most about this game, but only on Thursday. So gotta put my my shout out to that. So by all means. I think it's just me and Red Eye on there, so I would like some more people on there, just to make it a little bit more fun. Y'all can get good hugs over at this meeting too. Free coffee. Sure, absolutely, man. You've been with me for a long time, so you can make a suggestion. Nice to join the stream there, Firefoot. Fire! I've I keep on forgetting that. Yeah, I should probably, you know what? I'm gonna go do that as soon as I'm done doing this one. I'm gonna throw some lights on here, because I know that at night, like, I could see it really well. Yeah. Thank you for doing that. I will do that. Actually, I'll do that right as soon as I get all this stuff done. Yeah, I should probably start putting lights on all my vehicles. Or just having on, have at least some lights on hand that I could just, like, put up. Yeah, I'm pretty bad at doing that. I kind of don't want to just, like, boost up the light levels because it would just blow my eyes out. Alright, let's go get those lights. Let's do that. That's a good idea. I gotta see which ones have lights and what don't. I think it's just this vehicle. Actually, I think it's all but two. So basically half of it. You know, I haven't actually made any dynamite ingots or whatever the explosive containers, and I probably should. Just get those, like, low-lying ones. Maybe I could build a siren on here and look like the cops are coming. Flashing lights, that would be easy to do. Yeah, I got so caught up on like building that. I get so caught up in the building of my base. I totally like shrug on my vehicles. Glow poop arms are actually really easy to make, surprisingly. You just have to have like a vacuum, stick it underneath them, and then have like another vacuum to like shoot out all the cardboard for them. You can have an endless supply of cardboard, and yeah, cardboard's like really not that hard to get either. It's just what, garbage wood or whatever. There's only so much you could use the explosive, though it is kind of like interesting to use it in the warehouses and stuff. Yeah, I'll probably just go with the basics on here for sure. Alright, I'm gonna do that right now. Thanks, Mendel. You're amazing. You're one of my favorite viewers. You and Red Eye. My two favorite friends. Yeah, I don't do a lot of I think one of my vehicles is the only one with totally like past me. Oh, no, it's still a little ways away. Man, I drove way out. We definitely don't want to cause some seizures. Goodbye, sir. The frame rate would be so poor on it, it wouldn't be even fast enough to even create a seizure. Oh yeah, no, that's a well-known fact that if you have strobing lights, especially going from light to dark, sometimes it's even like red to oh, what was that color? I think yellow or something. Blue and yellow. You can actually cause seizures. Very well known fact. I think they had that problem on an episode of Pokemon. Yeah, you just have to like get your lift out and just put it right back out. You won't have that problem. Okay, well, I'll go and find some lights. Actually, I just want to check over here to see how many lights I need. I want to put a few on here. Yeah, this one's only got one. I gotta bring my... Oh, I have it on me anyway. We'll dump some of that stuff off. So 1, 2... Those ones have one. I think I'll put 4 on this one, because I'm going to use it more often. 120 lights should do it. To get my 1 frame a second while I'm grinding rock. But, you know, like for... That's why they always have those sensitivity warnings at beginning of games. Because it's like darn near impossible to like basically keep people from having seizures when they're playing a game. Especially in 3D games. Maybe less in pixel games. Well, at least newer pixel games. Older pixel games had that really bad problem where they would have flashing lights constantly. Think of like the old original Castlevania when you died, and it would like just absolutely flicker like mad. Tripod, eh? I wonder how to make that. I think slapping one at least on the front of this, on the vehicles, would be a good start at least. 140 lights. It went from 120 and now we're at 140. You know, Red Eye, I want to kind of like actually have resources at the end of this game instead of making all the lights I could possibly make. I gotta make lights for this place too, you know. Alright. We're not getting a Brad frame right here, so we might as well. Let's see. You gonna make you get glue now too? Seriously? Yeah. Alright, let's just dump this. We'll also have to go and get glue now. Jeez, man. And you know I can't get this off camera either. I'm gonna have to do it now. Yeah, I got the free lights from the shack, but at the same time I kind of want to use those ones because they like... I think I already got enough of them anyway in my... I kind of like having the headlights because I'm always looking more forward than anything else. Like Thursday. Yeah, have fun killing all the taupe bots constantly. There, Firefoot. That's probably my only biggest complaint is that the amount of taupe bots you're gonna kill. And the endless... Well, at least you won't have a low supply of circuit boards. You can literally build a house with all these circuit boards you're gonna have. And it does have its challenges. Like, just giving you a little heads up on that one. Building in this area is not for the faint. Oh, there's another Fant user. We were just talking about that earlier. Yeah, the Fant mod. We're strictly vanilla here. I have nothing against people using the mods, though. Yeah, it's not even like Scrant Mechanic. It's like Fant Mechanic. Yeah, it does have its balance issues. That's the thing with the Fant mod. But not to say that this game doesn't have its balance issues either. Ah, fair enough. See, we were talking about this too, is like when you run out of ideas of things to do, there is nothing wrong with going modded. See, I'm not at that point of the game yet. I've only been streaming this game for about 4 months now. And I've probably logged just as many hours as you have. I think I'm at like 600 as well. Yeah, you want to see some crazy build though, to see McFluffy in the morning if you can, or just look at his stuff. You're at 2,790. Wow. And counting. I think about 10 hours of that is when I've left the game running accidentally. So mine may not be 100%. It's almost like the amount of hours I played at Fallout 4 were because I actually had the game running constantly for a while. Yeah, I know his are nuts, eh? He is definitely the ethos of scrap mechanic. Hey, boom! I'm just like thinking about how awesome it will be once we have like dedicated servers. Like we're gonna have like huge groups. We can get at least 10 people to play on a server with the no lag or lack of lag. I think we'd be set. I do not want that. Go away. Yeah, but he's also got a base similar to mine over there. I think he's also has like so many things going on that he's running out of idea. Begging for 3 component kits. What are you talking about? What you talking about? Ah, okay. That's when the component kits will become a currency, right? Right. And also like world size too. Do you think like this tiny island with 10 people on it is going to be enough? I don't think so. And also the option for PvP, right? I'll have a war. That would be kind of neat. Where you can go and destroy other people's bases. Drowning. Though, yeah, like I said, the component kit thing would be wicked currency. Yeah, I don't think I need to get those because, like I said, I got a whole bunch in the in my bins there too that I haven't used. So yeah, I'll be grabbing those as well. I was at that point where I was just like I didn't know whether or not what I was going to use and what I wasn't going to use. Yeah, you got to kind of use it as a collective where it's more. Some people are better at doing. It's like you have to like assign a chore for each person, right? But I'm more of like you can go off and do your own little thing. But like I said, you can't do that with the amount of lag that this game generates. But really, if you already have like 3 people, you pretty much can get all the stuff that you. Oh yeah. I get you. I got you. We'll see. Let's see what happens. Really hoping for that multiplayer stuff, right? That's actually worth it. Like I said, this game has like almost a finite amount of resources. Yeah, let's get that going. Yeah, you might have just hit your limit because that's like the same with this building is that you basically hit the limit. No wood, no beeswax, nor glue. Yeah, you would just like end up like all the resources would be gone. Like I said, they need to make rocks and wood a renewable resource too, right? It sounds stupid to have like, plant a seed for rocks or whatever, but I think something needs to give on that one. Sorry, I'm trying to find all the. Actually, I might have used those. Oh, there's one there. Yeah, I might have actually used all those. Oh, there's a couple there. And a light. Sweet. Okay, so we just need 2 more. Really? I just had no idea that. Yeah, because I don't think I've ever cleared out an entire tile yet. Ooh, we're gonna have to probably. So this thing, I think. Whoops. What did I take off? Oh, piece of wood. Somewhere. Yeah, I'll have to figure out where did that piece of wood come from. Hmm. Alright, whatever. Didn't break anything, hopefully. We are going to need some pipes. Which I know I dumped a whole bunch here. Okay. At least we could try to make this look nice. Okay, so where should we put this thing? I think here and then there. Actually, that won't be a bad idea, because then we'll actually, if we get another red guy up here, this actually might supply some protection against him. It's true, they do. I don't think land is an issue because there's like a lot of places you can work in. You could basically set up base anywhere. It'll be like these ones will be more sought after because there's only like one in each world, right? Unless they expand the world boundary or whatever. Okay, I think we're gonna need more. That's why it's like most people when they play this game they do it as a collective. So one person will gather resources, so they don't lag everything out, and the other guys will just be using the resources that they collect. Where is my food? Hopper. Wicked. Got any paint on me? Nope. Of course they don't have paint on me. Why would I have paint on me? Okay. Sorry, just dumping off some stuff I don't need to have on hand. Yeah, 3 will do it. Actually, I think I need more. Got a gas addiction. Alright. How's that for light? Oh, and it still fits in there too. Just being that body just to keep that space like loading. Yeah. Oh, this is like so much better. Hopefully this is better for my viewers too. I'll probably try to make this a little bit nicer next time. It still is a work machine though, so not too worried about it. I did not. I don't think it's that full anyway, is it? Oh yeah, no, that's pretty full. That's pretty full. Wonder if they'll ever have something for like the cook bot where you could just like make this endless amounts of food. Like it's almost like you play that game Stardew Valley, right? And you can make so many things, and there's like only so many things that it's. Oh yeah, no, I think I got enough spuds on me. I think the spuds are okay. I remember playing that game, and it was just like you can make all these food things, and you would just all they do is just give you either energy or health or faster mining or whatever. Yeah, it's cool you can make all that stuff, but like, what's the point? I guess for the achievement. Actually, I'll just park this. I can't do that, actually. I need to unload all this stuff. Too many things. Get back up there. Get back up there. And the steering is terrible, too, on this thing. Okay, lag subsided a little bit here. Yeah, I got all the spuds I need right there. Yeah, but I never found myself actually using any of those things. That's the thing about it. Is like they have it in there, but I never actually used them. Never felt the urge to. Yeah, when you get into like the deeper part of the mine, but I honestly never used any of the buffs for that because I was too busy digitally hoarding everything. Alright, that can go away. Actually, we need this stuff to put on the other machine. Yeah, and the other mine out in the desert. And then there's the mine over where the rock pile is or whatever. I honestly have not picked that game up since I beat it. Well, beat it to the point where I was satisfied. I got my money's worth out of it. I didn't do all the extra things in it. Yeah, there's two more mines on. Yeah, I haven't done the boat one yet. That's when ever since they put in a new update, I haven't done that one yet. I should really go back and revisit that one because I did have a lot of fun doing it. I'm kind of inquiring what his new game's going to be like though. I don't think he'll try to do the same game twice. I don't think he'll do another Stardew Valley. Oh yeah, it's big. That game is endless. So worth like the amount of money that game is worth. I like also that the fact the game is cheap. Affordable. Because that's where it's at. It's like $80 for a game. Well, in Canada at least. It's too much money. $20 for a game. I like them prices. I think I'll stick with this game just so I can get better at it. I'm still having lots of fun in this world. Yeah, Stardew's getting big. Yeah, because he just had like another huge update. What was it, like at least 8 months ago? If you haven't played it in the 8 months, yeah, this one might be a little bit trickier. I could probably put it right there, actually. Yeah. No, I only have the one light. Whatever. Who cares? It's fine. Probably because I counted 4, but I really put 3 on this one. That's why. Yeah, and you're probably not done now. Did you finish everything in Stardew though, Red Eye? Yeah, I don't think I played that game for that long though. Yeah, those ones are like more eye hand, whereas the other ones are just like you just have to think about it logically. It's like it's like Gattaca. You don't really beat Gattaca or Space Invaders. You just play Gattaca or Space Invaders. Yeah, like I said, I did not have not played the new updates yet. Like I said, I think I beat that game to a point where I'm satisfied enough with it. I might pick it up one day down the road again. Don't want to get that rocks. Nuts to that rock. Hate getting rocks on hills. Do you think lightning will strike twice for that developer, you figure? You think he will be this new game will be just as successful as his old game, his other game for Stardew? I think he also is doing it because he doesn't want it to be stale. Guess we'll figure it out when he releases it. Seems like a pretty flat land. I might be able to find some rocks over here. I wish there was more to do in these deserts, though. I almost feel like kind of like John Romero is one of those guys that only had like one good game. He peaked out at Doom. Well, no, he did have Heretic, which was pretty good. Exum and not necessarily he say he was a one-hit wonder. He just hasn't made a good game since Doom. There is definitely going to be some red guys in here, I think. So I better be careful. Oh yeah, there's one right there. Oh, and he sees me. Goodbye, sir. Don't need a repeat of earlier today. Yeah, okay. That's what I'm after, right there. If I don't drive over this rock for some reason. It's like a perfect placement rock for me myself. Same with that one over there, I guess. Goodbye, sir. Bye. Stay out of my neighborhood. Yeah, we'll see what Concerned Ape makes one day. He's been teasing this game for like 3 years and we have no information about it, so it's just like... Set up a shooting range. I think my eye-hand coordination is good enough. I think setting up a shooting range would be easy to make too. Because all you would just need is buttons, and you can shoot buttons and stuff. A moving shooting range would be easy too. I don't think that would be that hard. Especially in this game. A shooting range on water. Beauty. 8 squares on it. Hey man, you know the rules, man. I only want to do one project at a time. I said I was going to finish this, the exterior of the building, and I'm going to do... Oh yeah, you can. You can also destroy the cardboard boxes too. Though the bubble wrap would be more renewable. Because all I need is, what? The oil? You think I care about you, Haybot? Go away. It's almost like I only have bazillions of forests around here. In all honesty, I didn't really exactly make the most efficient wood collector either. That's the other thing. I just basically made the my wood collector is like, whoop, you again. I hope you don't break anything. Ah, you'll be fine. Damn it. Here goes my efficient rock collector. I don't think I even have the resources right now to even fix it here. Alright. We're gonna have to go back home. Just a little bit of metal you destroyed. Not a big deal. I could probably continue grinding too. Wouldn't even really matter that much. Right, let's just get all the resources that we still have here. Yeah, once that thing's down, it's just like totally very vulnerable. No biggie. Shrug it off. I think I have like all these pipe pieces I need to like do something with anyway. Actually, you know what they should have? Like, they should have different tiers of like pipe pieces too. So they don't get destroyed as easy. Yeah, that's the advantage. One thing I don't do, which I probably should do, is have like spare tires on hand. That's another thing I don't do, and I probably should do. And I think I grabbed enough, really, honestly, enough resources. It really doesn't matter. Holy jeez, you know, wheelie my way out of here. Seriously? Don't roll downhill. No. No. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. uh. Actually, the taupe bots, they love going after your tires. Always the taupe bots, always going after the tires, surprisingly. The hay bots, they don't go after the tires. They usually go after, like, the frame. So I don't really like having taupe bots near my vehicles because they always go after the tires. Or because it's the only thing they can reach. Little twerps. Little twerpy robots. Alright. You go away. I'm trying to drive up a hill. Unsuccessfully. Just need a little momentum. That's what I was aiming for when I was rolling down the hill. It's like, ooh, piece of scrap metal. Roll me to that. Why am I going the hard way? Tell me why I'm going the hard way. I got stuff to fix. I'll take all the metal that I could possibly get. Well, I'm a cow murderer. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Mistakes were made. The stupid thing is that I couldn't get back into my seat anyway. And what I wanted to do was like back up and just let the nice thing is that when that explodes or whatever, like at least it doesn't destroy my drills. Yeah, and it is going to be super mega dangerous there. You'll have at least one guaranteed red guy spawning there all the time. But if you want to build a house out of what is it? The warehouse warehouse keys, you could do it. Good lord, lag. Yeah, you're always gonna have fun killing those things. Yeah, like I said, like the pit, it's like you can make it easily a defensible place if you wanted to. I just chose not to in the end of it because I just wanted to have a little bit more action breakup. You know, having to build all the time and stuff. Right, you die. Like you can almost create like a moat around the base and just have them fall in there basically. Oh, so you just built over them, eh? That's smart. Takes a lot of resources though. Mind you, it took a lot of resources to build this stupid bridge too. Here, check the basement. Make sure there's no dudes in there. Messing my day up. I can hear one in there. No, I think it was outside. Never mind. Oh, the one of the broken ones, yeah. You're probably thinking this one over here, eh? This one right here. Yeah, most likely that one. I don't think, is there one over, there is one over there too. Actually, that one's not broken over on mine. It might be on yours. Okay, let's see. Let's put this up. Because we are going to need so much metal for this roof. Let's see, no. Acquired quite a bit of metal during that expedition. That's good. Okay, let's see. So definitely need those. Yeah, still got to work on the lighting around here. Still got to work on lighting. It's probably because I haven't done the lighting properly because I'm just picky about it. Yeah, I took out that one, didn't I? Okay. It's nice that you get at least get a few nicer lighting choices in this game. I want more though. Always want more. Okay, let's see. So how did I do this? Right. Okay, so this. Yeah, you see which one I was talking about. It's that one, like over there, right? Let's go this way. And need a bearing. Need a bearing. Okay, so that's okay. So I need two more bins. I have a feeling that guy was gonna come over here and start beating up my wall. I just wanted him out of my way. Why is there a burger there? That is weird. Okay. Could have sworn I just made those. I don't have no idea where they go in this chest. I bet you they're just randomly dumped in here somewhere. Oh, there it is. There they were. I'll probably go in there now. Craptacular. Oh yeah, wait, I didn't do it that way. Right. I was trying to remember how this thing went again. Yeah, I did that wrong. Okay. Get really quiet when I'm trying to concentrate. Okay, so that one goes there. Right, so space. Or wasn't it? No, it might not be a space on that one. Definitely 3 of those. I get a little bit nutty with it. I'm okay with going nutty with it, though. Mind you, this is the most amount of ones I have put on one of these. So 1, 2, and then what's a space there? How did I have that? I feel like I'm missing something. No, I only have 2 of those. Okay. That can be a problem. Um, yeah, it's always like that balancing issue for me. That's why I'm keep on flipping up backwards because like I have really no weight on the back of this. It's all in the front. Okay, I gotta figure out where it goes where. So hard to see where everything goes. So it's this one. Yeah. So it needs to be 30 and 60. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully that works. Okay. And we better weld that together too. The lag. Fix the lag. Seriously, I have no time for you, tape bot. No time for you, tape bot. Get lost. I'm busy. All right, and let's see. It's this one. One's this one. There we go. Okay. Finally. That's such a pain. These are going too slow for my liking. Okay. All right, that's good. That is good enough for me. The last thing I want is coming back, playing this game somewhere down the line and find out I still didn't fix that. I've done that a few times. I always found that this design that I came up with, though, is a little bit more efficient. Like, yeah, you could probably get away with just... I did the 4 when I first did it, and I came up with this one, because it like, kind of like hugs the rock. But I think grinding rocks won't be such a task once we have, like, the sticky wheels. Let's face it, the ones that are like the biggest pain in the butt to like grind are the ones that are on those rocky hills. Like super mega annoying. Alright, need to unload some of this stuff. Need to make more shelving. Yeah, that's the new update. They're gonna have sticky wheels. They literally check out on Twitter on Scrap Mechanics Twitter, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Actually, we'll just dump these somewhere else. That's why I'm like so anticipating the new update. Because I keep on looking at that. Always keeping my eyes, which actually reminds me. Oh no, I go on Twitter because it's easier to post when I'm on, and it's the only way that I know when a developer update comes. Yeah, nothing yet. Probably tomorrow. Yep, this is a solo world, so I did build this all by myself. Did all the grinding and everything. That's why we need an efficient miner when you're doing this. Oh yeah, and I'm gonna paint it too, eh? I'm gonna make it very kind of gothic-y. So we're gonna have like more gargoyles on all the corners and everything, and we're gonna make it black and purple. Farming. Go do some farming. And do enough farming to get the shotgun. No, no, no. It'll be an upgrade. So they're gonna. What's gonna happen, if so? Anybody who's not informed about this. So when we go up to these warehouses, there's actually going to be a boss on the top of it that we're gonna have to fight. And people figure we're gonna fight that boss to get the resources for the sticky wheels. A floating house. How many thrusters you got on that puppy? When you get to the point of the game where you have like your weapons and everything, it's basically you make farm to eat burgers. So yeah, I got a lot of stuff too, but it's mostly just to make these burgers and to make potatoes for ammo. Oh, that's how you do it, eh? Yeah, I never made a. Yeah, it would probably be better if you use, if you could find a place where you can get. You should use a bubble blocks if you want to just do a floating one. So you just need the crude oil, and you can make bubble blocks, and it's got the best buoyancy. Yeah, that update probably won't. Like they'll have tests branches in probably my guess is October because they did that last year. They had like a lot of test stuff in October, and then probably by April or no March they'll have it all finished. That'll be the playable version of it or whatever. I'm going straight into test. Like I don't care. They couldn't make this game any more laggy as it is anyway. I need a place to put these keys. Yeah, and that's probably the best way. Like, really, you're not really gonna have to defend yourself from very much anyway, right? Sorry, I just need somewhere to put these. They're starting to pile up, and if they figure when the test bench, like they're gonna have new keys anyway. So all these are. They said they're gonna convert all these into like component kits. Hence why I'm just storing all of them. So. Yeah, so you're like way out in the ocean. Like when I initially played this game, started playing this one, I was gonna do it on an island. I'm just like, nah. Cage farmer boat, nice. Yeah, I'm guessing that too. You almost have to like cage the cages. Okay, so what was it? Yes, I was gonna. Sorry, I'm losing my track of mind here. So I was gonna do concrete on top. Actually, you know what we should do? We'll just make lots of brick. Make tons of brick, just so we can just at least get the top. Like you just like use a piece of wood to like the ground, right? And just anchor it that way if you wanted to. If you want to do it the easy way. It won't be floating at that point. It'll just be attached to a whatever you use. Though I do think we're gonna need to have the floating boats anyway, because the next update is like you have to go underground, but it's in an island that you have to go and get to. But the physics, the water physics in this are so terrible. Terrible. That's not really worth it. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Yeah, it's like the water is just like it's a test. It's a work in progress kind of thing for them. So you kind of have to like look at it this way. I'm aiming to get this building finished. That is my ultimate goal for this one. And then I'm going to have a second garage that I'm working on in the future. That's the next one. So I do have my goal. I don't try to do aim for realistic. I just try to have as much fun as I can. Challenge myself once in a while, but if I get frustrated, I usually walk away from a game. If you're getting frustrated with a game, and I always say this many, many times every time I'm streaming, I say if you get frustrated with the game, you should just walk away, right? Thank you for the follow again, whoever that was. Much appreciated. Sorry, I don't have the thing that tells me who actually follows on it. But either way, as realistic as you can with like um, robots coming after you to kill you. But yeah, the physics and stuff like that. I get what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about here. This needs to be together. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I don't think it's that that bad myself. Have you learned how to do um, the double wishbone suspension on your car? Because that helps a little bit if you know how to make those. That's not what the one I wanted for that. Yeah, but if you want your cars to work a little bit better in this game, double wishbone all the way. It might be a little bit laggy, but it's definitely, it makes some things a little bit easier to drive. Oh, you use parallels. Okay. Every time I start a new world, that's like my first goal is to make a good transportation vehicle for everything. And I always go with double wishbone. I don't know why. I just prefer it. Holy crap, what's going on here? Fix that lag. Yeah, to each your own, right? Whatever you feel comfortable with. I'm not going to say which one is right or wrong. Because I'm not that. Oh, you just started 2 days ago. Okay, I getcha. I'm certainly welcome to the game. I'm glad that you've joined us in this venture of lag. You're gonna hate yourself. For the lag, at least. Hopefully they'll fix it one day. Not making any guarantees, though. Man, it's going to take forever. Yeah, Trail Makers I'm kind of interested in playing in one day. I feel like this game kind of fills a little bit of my need for building right now. I don't need to put another game underneath my belt. So what are you having the biggest problem with right now? I can maybe give you a few pointers. There's definitely lots of guys on YouTube that are playing this game. You just have to find the right one that you feel comfortable with. Yeah, it just doesn't like bearings, which is like the main focus thing of this game is the bearings. You went through a warehouse without a spud gun? Hold on. Are you thinking the same thing I'm thinking? Because, like, when I'm thinking of warehouses, I'm thinking of these massive structures right here. Because there's no way that you're going through a warehouse with that. If you're talking about the ruined structures, yeah, that's. Just try to get, like, as many component kits as you can. That's your secret. Try to find as many as you can. Yeah. Yeah, don't go into those big buildings without a Without a spud gun, you're nuts. You're just gonna die over and over again. You're gonna lose badly. And you found the farmer, right, to get to get your gun. I have to ask these questions because I know you just got this game 2 days ago. So yeah, no, just yeah, don't do it that way. Make sure you got your gun first. Like you'll start out with like your level 1 gun right here, and you can get good range with that. Oh, a farmer? Okay, so did you pick up your logbook at the beginning of the game? You can press L and then this thing comes up, right? And I'll tell you where your thing is. And then right from there, oh yeah, you you are so new. It's okay. Hey, I don't know. I'm just giving you a shout out. I want you to be successful at this game. Absolutely. I also should do a let's play. I should be that guy that tells you how to do the let's play. Maybe in chapter 2 I might do that. I don't know. Alright. I kind of don't want to, like, I'm really far. Yeah, you can't get a warehouse key without. Yeah, I think he's talking about the ruins out there. Firefoot. Yeah, there's no way that he'd be like way more angry if he went into a warehouse without. Yeah, it's probably most likely a ruin that you went to. Because if you went to a warehouse, you would not have a good time. You would have been like, nuts to this game, I'm out. Okay. You know what? For you, Angel, I'm going to just give you a pointer. Just so you can get a good start on this. Oh, that's how you got in. Okay. This may be a little repetitive, but I really want to help out Angel here. Just so he's got a good foot on the game, basically. Good foothold on this game. I got all the time in the world to play this game. And I always want to help out new players because we need bigger audiences to play. We need more people playing this game. Yeah, I just didn't want to take this vehicle because it's too slow. Yeah, but so basically, like, you need your. You don't really need your logbook, but it'll give you a good idea where you need to go next. Okay, we're out of the lag zone here. And it's only going to tell you where this mechanic station is going to be. Right? But they all live in it. I could live in this submarine too. Which reminds me. Here we go. Yeah, I think I rated that one already. Yeah, I have to like tell you how to do it because like yeah, and I'll have to show you that one too. You'll need a vacuum for that one, but that's you'll need one vacuum. Yeah, you better build a car too. That's another thing. Better get a drill. See, it really does. Okay, so kind of you gotta prioritize what you need to do first. All right. First, you build at least a vehicle that you can move around in. Oh, jeez, I went the wrong way. I went the wrong way. Yeah, you better learn how to build a vehicle because you're not going to progress in this game at all. You don't have to build the most advanced thing either. You just have to know what the basics are. Like, have you ever played the challenge part of the game? Because I'll help you basically learn how to build a basic vehicle. Your laziness is going to hold you back. That's just life. Yeah, you're probably the one who's waiting for. Oh, they should just have like a blueprint that just builds it for you, right? I don't think he went through the proper. Vegetables aren't always just for eating. Yeah, you could juke the tape bots, but wow. I think you just need to know how to build vehicles. That's all you really need to do. Everything else just comes naturally eventually. I wonder if he tried to take on a big red guy with his hammer. I bet you did, didn't you? Big red bot with a hammer. Jeez, why is it so laggy over here? Oh, I didn't think you're crazy. I just gotta like, you just need direction, man. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think you need to get a spud gun, dude. Go farm some stuff. Take it to the farmer. Get a spud gun. Once you get the spud gun, you're at the end of the game. For now. Till chapter 2 comes around. Yeah, I just wanted to just do a little drive around too. I was getting kind of like a little bit like overly zoned trying to get materials. Yeah, so what you're gonna have to do, right, is that you're going to go to your craft bot, right, and you're gonna build a vacuum, and then you're gonna build a button, push stuff into the vacuum, right? So farm up a bunch of your stuff, right? Yeah, this billboard right here kind of shows you how it's done. Right there. So you'll have the vacuum set up to there, and you get it full, and it's about 10 whatever you're going to put in there, and it's going to shoot out at the side. So yeah, you line it up right here, shoots in there. I'll take 10 of either carrots, broccoli. Most of the time you want to just get your basic spud gun first. And I don't remember what it is. And it's going to shoot out here, and it's going to be a big thing. So you're going to have a vehicle. Yeah, they also love it because the sun doesn't actually set. So it would disprove their theories. Yeah, and then the farmer is here at this big, weird, rocky structure. Yeah, just wood blocks or whatever, right? Make a vacuum. You have to make a vacuum. And then bring it over to this puppy. You can see this thing. And once again, billboard. What you need to do. So you're going to have to find a farmer, a trapped farmer, and they're scattered all over the place. And whatever vegetable that he requests, press the button, it's going to get sucked up in this thing. So you just use this button right here and it'll suck it up. Only if there's stuff there. And come to this dude. And what does a spud gun cost? So 2 crates of oranges, 2 blueberries, and 1 farmer. Yeah, so you could probably just do it from there, right? And then once you get your spud gun, you're going to have to go and farm some spuds, obviously. And once you get into the warehouse, the headache's going to be up to you. Because warehouses in this game are not fun to me. Well, they're fun, but like, if you don't know what you're doing with it and are not patient with it, you are going to die over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. You're going to die like in an infinity amount of times. So having the proper setup will probably help you out. Yeah, I would just make sure you have the spud gun. You're not... And plus, you're going to need it to fight that big red dude as well. So I'm going to take you back to where my spawn is. Bam! And there's going to be like a battery like super close by. Yeah, like I said, this game is not super mega intuitive. I do like the idea that they slap billboards up there to kind of give you an idea. Because the developers, obviously, they're... Probably some of them speak English, but not a lot of them speak English. Since they were based out of Sweden. I think they hesitantly speak English. Like most Swedish people. It? Yeah, you never will. Not without a spud gun. Oh, you're gonna do so much farming. And the other thing I would probably recommend is like checking out some YouTube videos and learning how to build stuff. So you got this thing right here. And basically you want to find a battery that you need to slap in there. As you can see by the billboard right here. Find a battery, put it in there. But it doesn't tell you exactly where the battery is. Okay? Yep. Come on, get back. You could always watch mine if you like want to watch like 80 hours, over 80 hours of videos, because I don't edit any of my streams on my YouTube channel. Okay, so you want to get to this building, right? You want to get up here. Go through here. And then the battery is going to be like right here for you to take back to the crash ship over there. That's why you got to build your vehicle slightly higher than the fire. Or don't drive into fire, that would be a good one. Okay, Angel. Yeah, and then once you put it in there, you should be able to go to that screen that I showed you earlier, and you can grab it from there. It's going to come super handy in the future, guarantee you. Yeah, and then start doing your farming, and then put it into the... And also, just keep in mind there's two different kinds of packing stations. There's one for fruit, and there's one for vegetables. And they're all relatively close by to each other. And you might need to get both of them. That's where the tedious part of this whole game is, trying to get started and trying to get basically your spud gun. But once you get your spud gun, it's all mega fun after that because it's just a little bit easier. Yeah, and then build all your crap bot and everything else and yada yada yada, and you're good. You should probably check out some videos. Some other guys are a little bit more better explaining it, but that's the quick gist of it. Yeah, so like the fruit one is always close by, but the no, not sorry, the vegetable one is always close by, but the fruit one is like a little bit farther away. So there'll always be like two of these things around. So this is a vegetable one. And if you stay on the road, you'll eventually find the other one. Yep, Scrapman knows what he's doing. He's doing a nomad one, which was kind of interesting. That might be up your alley. So basically stay on this road. Keep going. All but all over the place. Yeah, like I said, it is kind of important and to have a vehicle, especially just to move stuff around. So I do recommend learning how to make a vehicle. It might sound tedious, but it's really not that hard when you if you do something basic. Yeah, the learning how to break the game. So yeah, there's your fruit one. I think it's important to have people who know how to break the game, but at the same time, I think for you, sir, I think you should learn how to do the basics first. Got to learn somewhere, right? And with chapter 2 are coming looming around, these skills are going to be even more important, I think. Yeah, and if you really want to legitimately get into a warehouse, you'll have to find a red guy, right? And you always drop um, the keys for them, and you look like that, and they're huge, and they take a lot of spud ammo. So I do recommend firing from a distance. I don't have enough to take out him from a distance right now. I don't even have enough ammo. I got 8 spuds on me. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. It's all crops. Yeah, and he'll drop a key for you to legitimately go into the big warehouses, and then you'll hate yourself in the end. Yeah, I've done that too. You can take out a red guy um, with saw blades and drills. If you build the right machine, right? Explosives as well, yeah, you can do that, but No, you can't fight. You can't fight that big red guy with a hammer. Because I have had it was like a ledge or some sort, and the red guy was like right on the bottom, and I tried to see if I can kill him with a hammer. You cannot kill a red guy with a hammer. You need at least some kind of moving parts to like defeat one of those things. Though you could watch a dude do a speed run on trying to get a key, and all he needed was some wood and a bearing. Who's putting crap on my screen? Yeah, I'm gonna ban that dude. That guy can eat a part of my body. What's up? How's it going? I'm teaching somebody the ropes. We have a new scrap mechanic player. He's had this game for 2 days and he's been doing some crazy stuff. Yeah, it's a pretty wicked ride. Yeah, I would recommend learning how to at least try to build something simple for a field call man. And then you're set. And then you'll be like, wow. Well, this is a game with like no ending right now. So right now it's all just personal goals. We all had to start somewhere. Yeah. Watch a Con or Cosmo Let's Play or Scrapman Let's Play, just so you know where you're kind of getting into. I think you beat the game when you progressed and you ran out of things to do. And I have yet to beat this game. Yeah, dress bots and is not the most important part of the game. I think that's just okay. Nope. Ah, too bad. All right, let's see if we can get lucky. Do do do. Yeah, you know you made it when you got into the point of the game. I think you've gotten all the bots. Right. Did it actually improve your game? So that's what my guy looks like so far. Yeah, and I think I got all... I don't think I have all the epic gear yet. But I definitely have all the greens and I have all the purples. It made you a better scrap mechanic player, but a terrible golfer. Nice, you got the engineer. I don't think I got all the engineer stuff. Oh yeah, we need to put this on. Gotta delag this place. Actually, you know when you beat this game? When you're getting 4 frames a second because you built too many contraptions. That's when you know you beat the game. And it's just mostly that machine. And this world. Just because, like, the amount of stuff I have in here. Yeah, this is... all the stuff that's lagging my game out is all this stuff here. It's all the bearings. Yeah, but the only ways that you can get like those epic boxes is like going through the warehouse and getting to the top floor. Or you might get lucky occasionally and maybe a gold chest will drop it. If you're lucky. That's if you're lucky. I think that I only had that happen once. And it was actually not that long of a stream ago. I think it was like 4 streams ago I got a epic box. I got too much stuff in here. Okay. Let's keep building. This is sad to show nubs over here, the ropes. Yeah, I gotta start somewhere. Hopefully that helped you a little bit, but... like I said, I'm always willing to help somebody out here. If you don't know something about the game, I'll do the best with the knowledge that I have to help you out. Nope. Because this game has not invented Windex yet. And my hands are way too sticky. It'll be less painful for my eyes to look at this. It's like too busy. It's so much better already. Well, if you want to watch unedited streams, seriously, check out my YouTube channel. I literally have all my streams that I just did unedited. From the day I started in this world. Unless you must have way so much free time that you can watch it all the way. And I do have to make note on that I didn't actually start talking on my streams until like I think episode 36 or something. And right now I'm at like 72 or whatever. And they're all like roughly about 4-hour streams, 3 to 4 hour streams. So yeah, there's a lot of content to watch there if you so choose to. You could join the other 6 subscribers that I have on my YouTube channel. Oh my goodness. Well, good luck to you, sir. I'll see you in a couple months. Yeah, but when I generally finish my stream here, I usually will post it. Even this one, I usually post it like right away. If that much. My voice is a plus for Let's Plays. Really? I always thought my... I definitely have a face for radio. So, yeah, I will not be putting my face. Maybe in the future. I don't know. I'd rather not put my ugly mug on there. Yeah, I think this might actually be too busy. So we're going to switch that to concrete. I think concrete will look a little bit better on the roof. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wait till you get inside the warehouses. You might take that statement back. Eventually, all those warehouses apparently are going to be robbable, which I think is a terrible idea. Ooh, I better make sure that there's space for this. A little bit of space. Okay. Last thing I want is this thing to get clogged up. Have to leave enough. Yeah, I could probably use a few more craft bots. You don't like the warehouses maze layouts? Well, there is a secret to it. So the secret is that you have to... There's 2 levels to every floor. So what you got to do is to find a way up and find a way across and then down, and you can get to the next level. And every warehouse has that that same layout where you have to go up and then down, and then you'll find the other. Yeah. I also need a few more chests, I think. But I kind of don't want to make any more because I'm like... Eventually, once I get making the light blocks, like all these are probably going to disappear. And once again, I don't want to make so much of it that it doesn't give me time to think about what I need to do when I'm building. Well, you could do the other way, other cheaty way of doing it. Just bring a bunch of explosive boxes with you and just start blowing holes. Because the warehouses are destructible, right? And I don't really refer to that as being really the cheaty way, because if you can do it in the game, I don't find it cheaty at all. You just got to find the perfect way of doing it. Me personally, I just have one of those things where I have a good memory. That I can get through the warehouse no problem. Because I could just remember from where it starts and where it is. Yes, they do. Unfortunately. Okay, I was going to, let's see. Oh yeah, got the wood. So I'm going to just create a trim on this, I guess. It's a hot tub. A butt hot tub. Made from real butt. If that's where you're wondering where the ball is. I'm wondering where the water comes from. That doesn't look right. You wonder how the new... Of course it's supposed to get worse. It's not supposed to get better. How do you know you're doing things right until... It could get way worse. I'm waiting for flying bots. That's when it gets worse. When you have bots that come in from the sky and come down, that's how it can be worse. Because then your crops are definitely not going to be safe. They're already working on the tape bots or the tote bots that come from the water. So creating a farm backed up to water is not going to be a good idea pretty soon anyway. So you're going to have to be better off just finding a flat piece of land and just defending it that way. Yeah, I always said that nobody like builds like a place and ever puts a roof on it. Nobody ever puts a roof on their houses or on their farms or whatever. I think they will once we have flying bots. I still think we're a ways off for that though. Not yet. Well, they haven't invented anything like that yet. When you have a farm, once you get top tier crops, then you're going to have problems with... You're going to have your hands full with tape bots anyway. The red guys are less threatening at that point. Put a base in the ruins. I thought about doing that too. You'll definitely have a constant swarm of hay bots though. Should try that one day. Just build into ruins. Maybe not in this series. Definitely in a future series. Let's see if we can find concrete. My concrete's kind of spread out all over the place now because I've filled everything up. Just goes wherever there's room. That's why I need to build another chest. Oh yeah, they'll respawn in ruins. Like, I've heard people saying that you can just take whatever material and then like paste over it like that and it won't spawn anymore, but that's not entirely true. Because I still have tape bots that spawn in the basement here. Not tape bots, sorry, taupe bots in here all the time. So I think they will. You could probably try to find ways how to like defend from it, but I always wanted to build down there too, which would be kind of interesting as well. Yeah, you could build it so you could use it to your advantage, that's for sure. Like, you can almost like just have it built one block out. I think they would just probably spawn on top of it. I have noticed, though, randomly, if you build something over top of this, if you know where they spawn, right? Because sometimes I come down here and there would be like a random circuit board right here. And I think it's because of tape bot spawned in here and he got crushed by this. So if you know where they spawn, you could probably make it so they can just be instant death. So, yeah, you could probably just figure it out that way. Yeah, in the gully, I was thinking of. But once again, taupe bots spawn in here all the time, so I wish there was just a way that you could just put something over something and it would just stop spawning there. Yeah, that's why there's the whole bottom right here I had to fill up with concrete. Didn't do anything, no. Yeah, that's better. And it's going to take forever to make all this. That's right. I'm probably going to break it up with like little windows or whatever so I can bring in natural light. Yeah, you have to find it like right away. Right? But generally, when you get into an area, you can probably. I've kind of figured out some spots where, in those ruins, where some of the hay bots, like one will be. They're mostly always kind of in the corner where they spawn. So that'll give you a hint on where they are. You raid enough ruins, you kind of figure out where they initially are. You just have to play this game long enough. That's all. Once again, one of those like memory things. like I said, I don't really have problems figuring out how to get through the warehouse. It's fighting through the warehouse I have a problem with. A lot easier if you have two people to basically go through a warehouse with you. I have been working on it for 4 months. With the occasional stream. Trust me, like, well, actually, not really for 4 months, because probably about the first month I was out on an island and building out there. And that didn't really work out for what I wanted to do in the end, so I just decided to move. So probably a good 3 months would be a more accurate. You could probably calculate the time if you wanted to with, like I said, my YouTube channel is not edited for all the streams I did. And you could probably figure out the math from there, from how long my streams are. Do the maths. Yeah, you might. Well, actually, no, you could probably just use regular concrete if you wanted to. So I don't think you have to go to that extreme, and you might have to just kind of like what you could actually do is just use a low tier, right? And maybe I think about this height right here is where, because if you might leave a gap here, and this is all theoretical. Leave a gap here so when they spawn in between that gap and they get crushed by it, right? That's just theoretical, I think. And then you wouldn't have to use like the highest tier either, right? You could use wood if you wanted to. I would imagine 40 hours is my guess. Hour wise to build this. Maybe even 48. Yeah, you have to figure it out. So all this game is just figuring it out. See what works, see what doesn't work. Super way behind on those. Alright, I think we just need to use up the brick a little bit. There are little imperfections in this base I really don't like. But I think that's everything that I build. Especially these windows where it's like, you have the one gap there, and then all the rest are three. That one I kind of didn't have a choice. Yeah, but there was also, I'm not on here all the time every day, right? I'm only on here only recently. I've been doing a lot of streaming because I'm on vacation at work. But generally, I would only have about maybe 1 or 2 streams a week. Sometimes more, depending on how I feel. I am not a consistent streamer. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, now I definitely need lighting. Getting really dark. Yeah, we'll probably just throw down some lights or something. Yeah, so you need to build one of those things there. Angel. Right there. That's your friend. Let's see here. Hmm. Kind of don't want to use my good lighting though. Not yet. I have plans for those. I don't think I have that much lighting. I might have to go and rob some. Yep. Maybe I should make that a priority one day, is just go and get some lights and rob some so I can light up this area at least a little bit. A little bit nicer. And if you really want to get technical with it, start using logic. Where is that? Yeah, I was putting the headlights in here for pot lighting. Pot light lighting. Definitely once this gets covered up, I'm definitely going to have to put some lights in here. Because not even I will be able to see. Well, of course I'm going to like put in some like skylights and stuff, so it's not the worst. It's crappy to do this build in the dark. Because it's not really that great viewing for you guys. Yeah, I got some guard shack lights. I'm keeping those though. Those are the ones I'm like kind of hoarding. I don't want to give those up. I want to use those up right away. Probably just throw them up temporary. Not when it's this basic, just trying to throw a roof on top of it. Only if they had water movable so I can actually fill something up. That would be kind of interesting. Maybe you can start using pumps to do that, to like store a giant water container on the top. I'm telling you, those scrap mechanic guys need to call me. I got ideas. I can't help them with their lag issue though. Alright, let's unload some of this stuff. I don't need this. Alright, 4. Yeah, okay, we'll just keep that going. I would just build another building for the swimming pool. Why not? Let's move this stuff over. Keep chugging along on that. I really wish there was more storage options though. Like I said, I wish I could just have like a toolbox just to put tools in. Kind of do with the with that, but it's not like I could build a bunch of those. Maybe I just want chapter 2 stuff. Which reminds me, I should probably check Twitter again. Check again. Nothing. Of course. Tomorrow. Boo. Tomorrow, I bet you any money. We'll hear news tomorrow. Thrusters just don't work, period. Trying to build a flying machine in this game, you're just like, forget it. Definitely needs a serious amount of work. It's just, even I find the learning curve to build a flying machine just atrocious. It's too much. I think I'll just build the gyrocopter one that Con and Cosmo did in their series. But now I just don't have any need to like fly anywhere now. So most likely that thing, all the thrusters that I have or whatever are going to get turned into a super fast boat. Yeah, my remnants of my flying machine are right there. Major failure. It's not that I didn't give up on the flying machine, I just didn't see the use in it anymore. So I got the parts that I needed. I built flyers in creative for sure, but after that whole thing, I just never needed to. Oops, fell right down. Yeah, the steep cost is, but for what it can do, I think the cost is justified. Like if anybody could just fly up to the top of the warehouse, especially if they're putting a boss on the top of it. What's stopping from people just flying up there and making a Gatling gun and just blowing them out of the water? What's stopping you at that point? Are you not making concrete, or what's going on here? Why do you no make concrete? Of course Fant does. Because Fant is not a balanced part of that game anymore. Yeah, it's a work in progress. That's why this game has a lot of lag. Because I think the physics or whatever just eats up a lot of the especially CPUs. My CPU is eaten up heavily by the physics in this game for sure. Work in progress. A little easier to put away. Yeah, just because you have a good PC, it's has nothing to do with your PC. It's just the engine that they use to build Scrap Mechanic in general. So don't think it's your PC. It's just Scrap Mechanic. Yeah, if I wasn't streaming this game, I would probably be getting like a little bit of a better frame rate, but not by much. Yeah, it's just Scrap Mechanic, not your PC, dude. Must be nice. It does, but still, like, it is just the engine. Like, it doesn't matter how many. Well, for streaming, it does matter how many cores you got. So I could probably get away with 6, but you still will always get frame drops because it's still using. I think the maximum is about 4 cores, and you can have like a 16 core PC, and it won't really help you. It's just the engine for the game. That's why we complain about the frame rate all the time. Yeah, I do. I only keep like this vehicle and the remnants of this one out of the way, and usually they're always elevated like this. But basically, I have like 3 other vehicles over there at the future garage site. That's why I keep them over here, so I can keep at least a somewhat of a decent frame rate. Plus, it'll give me another reason to build another location. That's the other thing. That area will look a lot nicer once I finish this one. I have plans for it. You saw me all the way up here. Well, you'll know what your limits are eventually. You'll find your limit for how much you can do in this game. Because I feel like I still should be able to build way more creations in here. But I think it's also just because how much this can actually do. And like the amount, it always sounds like we're, complaining about it. I think it's not because we're complaining about it. I always say that we're like overly passionate about this game, and we always wanted to make sure that it does well. And sometimes I think also we want our voices to kind of be heard, and we don't really have a place where we can do that. Like there's, places where you can, complain to other people about it, but online, but there's not a place on for developer side to hear what everybody has to say. Like I know they did have a Q&A not that long ago, but I still think they were being very selective on what questions they were going to answer. Oh boy, this is going to be a long slab. Okay. I kind of don't want to start cutting any of this stuff out either until I can figure out, how big I want the windows to be. I haven't really decided on the design of the windows either. I think I have an idea, but it's going to involve like angles and stuff like that, or something boxy. I think about this place way too much. See, I think we need to start breaking some, like this right here is good, but I think you need to break it up somehow. Could probably use paint to do that. Mm. Definitely probably should put more shelves here. Oh yeah, no, I definitely don't want negative like 3 frames a second doing that. I know. Yeah, like I said, there's a guy, McFluffface, who's got a mobile base, who also streams. Mostly for me, it's the morning. I don't know where you guys are located, but I think he's streaming from Britain. His mobile base is pretty crazy, and he's got a good handle on how everything works in this game. That's for sure. Yeah, good luck. It doesn't matter how many tanks of gas that you'll get, you'll never have that. Until it's more optimal, which is a possibility. Okay, that stops. So, time to fill her up again. Yeah, check him out, McFluffface. Just check. He might have it on his one of his videos or whatever on Twitch or whatever. But he's got a mobile base and it's nuts. I was asking about it this morning. I was watching, but he doesn't use engines to move it. So he uses controllers to move his base. So he uses a series of like buttons or whatever to move his base. And it's quite effective. You think that wouldn't work, but it does. Yeah, and he's also got a base at the camp plant. Hooked to another gas, to an engine. Second gas container will fill the. No, it doesn't. It should. I know what you're talking about. Like, I tried to do it with this one right here, but it actually doesn't work. So, you think this, if this one ran out, that this one would fill it up, or vice versa? You know, it doesn't work that way. Yeah, no, vacuums don't work either. Because vacuums are kind of like only take stuff that is external, right? And there's no input for them either. I think that's something that they'll probably work on a patch or whatever. So, yeah, well, no, once. Okay, so the thing is that you can have a tube go in here. This is why I don't have these things hooked up to this. Because if I do, because all this water will eventually just pump into here, right? And it will just fill up this whole thing up with water, and I don't want my thing to be completely filled up either, right? Yep, see ya. Yeah, I was always hoping that they would just use this as like kind of like a filter. So if you had, say, water coming into here, right? Or the other way around, or have it hooked up here or something like that, it wouldn't be able to pump it out into any of these chests or whatever, right? Yeah, you can have the. I do have a pump on the Switch. It's just that I always want these things to be filled up, and I don't want to forget to not have the Switch on when I need these. So that's why it's not like that. Or have forget to have the Switch on, or have it on and then have all this filled up. Like I said, there's negatives and positives and negatives to it, right? Yeah, I just don't want to fill it up. Bigger pain in the butt trying to fix all that. Also, I would like an auto sorter as well. When you put something in, it just auto sorts everything automatically, which would be nicer. But the game doesn't do that either. You can only ask for so much in this game. Not yet. No. For the gas, they haven't implemented that. Though they have heard people's cries that they want that to happen, and I think it's possible. It's just not happening right now. I think they've already have a set thing that they're going to do right now anyway. And I think they're just going to concentrate on that and then think about what their next priority is. But I have heard somebody, I think on their Q&A, they asked that, somebody asked that question, if there is a possibility, like build a gas station, right? Have your truck back into it and have it automatically filled up. There is a way of like sorting this stuff out, but I really don't want to do all the work to build that. Like I said, there's limits to what I can do or willing to do. Like I said, I think the thing I want to concentrate is getting this thing built. That's kind of like where I want to be with that right now. Oh, look, I had a light on me. A lot of good that's going to do me now. That's, I think, what they would do, but they still need something to catch it, right? That's the problem, is that they don't have anything to catch it. Now, I think what they'll probably do, if you go to the trader, where the packing station is, they're going to probably build something that's very similar how the packing station packs up stuff. So they'll probably make something that's like that. So they already have something that's implemented that actually takes stuff, right? That you can put from an external source into something else. So they have something like that already. It's just that they haven't implemented it to. They might have a problem with whether or not it's something that can move or whatever, for whatever reason. Like I said, I'm not a developer in any way, shape, or form, but I kind of understand that is, things aren't so cut and paste when it comes down to that kind of stuff, right? So it's not as easy as say, hey, do this. You got this here. Work in progress, I guess. Whew. I'll put vacuum pump. You could probably do it that way if you wanted to. The problem is with that one is that it has to be so precise. Right? So we could probably test that theory if I have enough vacuums. Let's see, where is it? Got one there. Might not have another vacuum anyway. I kind of don't want to build one because I don't really need it. If I have one, we can test that theory out. But like I said, I think it really vacuums are so like picky that you have to be so precise with them anyway. Don't think I even have another vacuum, but I know what you're saying, right? It's like put this here. Yeah, have like the vacuum out right there and then have it shoot out to something like. Yeah, and then have it like fire out or something, have it right there, and then have it suck in or something like that. No, I totally get that, but I don't think it. I don't think these things shoot out um, normal gasoline. I think. I think somebody's already tried this for sure. We're not a huge community, but we have a big enough community that we've tested all these theories out for sure. Pretty sure someone else has already thought about that one. I don't think it's the same. Like I said, always a work in progress. Yeah, you can go ahead. That's the whole point of scrap mechanic. Use your imagination. Find things that work, find things that don't. Only you're going to be the one who's going to know whether that worked or not. I don't think it will. I think if you did, then good on you. You've figured out how to create a fueling station. The thing that everybody's been waiting for. Uh-oh. I think that red guy wandered over here. Kind of hurt him on the side. Really don't want him breaking my stuff. This is why I don't like the things I don't like building over here for. Yeah, he wandered over here. I knew it. Sometimes there we go. Buttes. Alright, you know what? I think I am getting pooped out here. And when I get pooped out, it means I have to stop the stream. Been doing this for 4.5 hours now. And most of the stuff I gotta do is pretty monotonous. It's just gotta put that up there, gotta let this grind or whatever. Probably, I think I might have enough rock in the end. I did want to see the dot. Yeah, the repetitive nature of it all. I'm trying to Place block, put this here, put that block here. Oh, absolutely. I'm glad that you had fun watching my stream. So, in the long run, thank you for the follows today, the 2 followers today. You, Angel, and I think, I can't remember the other gentleman's name. Or lady, or whatever. Here's a game I want to play, Sea of Thieves. Either way, I'll see you in the future. You have a good one. And take care. Don't hurt yourself. Don't do anything I would do. All right. Bye-bye.